Esposito.
Good afternoon. The time now is 5:10 on October 11. I would like to start with the closed session. Roll call, please.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes, I'm here.
Councilmember Monzo.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum with Vice Mayor Nguyen and Councilmember Ho absent.
Thank you very much. Is there any speaker signed up for oral communication today for the closed session?
We have no closed session for, or oral communications for closed session.
All right, thank you. Either City Clerk or Madam City Clerk or City Attorney, go ahead and announce for the closed action item.
Okay, so the City Council will recess to a closed session for the following purpose: conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, one potential case.
All right, at this time, I would like to take a recess for the closed session. Good evening. The time now is 6:04, and I would like to reconvene the City Council's successful agency to the Westminster Redevelopment Agency meeting. Meeting called to order. Please take a roll call, please.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes, I'm here.
Councilmember Monzo.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum with Councilmember Ho absent.
Thank you. A salute to the flag today by Vice Mayor Nguyen and invocation by Councilmember West. Please stand.
Ready? Begin.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If you guys can join me for the prayer. Dear Lord, we just thank you so much for this opportunity to gather here today, to just have another day for public comments, to hear the grievances of the people, the resident, and to do city business. And Lord, we just pray that you give us wisdom to do what's right for the people, for the businesses here, and for the city. And Lord, as our hearts are heavy, Lord, with what's going on in Israel right now. And we have found out that over 1,000 people have lost their lives. And they have killed women, children, and just everything you can think of is horrific. And Lord, we just pray for peace in the Middle East right now, Lord. I pray that you give them wisdom in their country to do what's right. And I pray for peace between the two culture, Lord, and that I pray that they come to understand that they cannot resolve anything through war or to killing anyone. So, Lord, I just pray that you comfort the hearts of those who have lost their lives over there. And we thank you so much, and may we take this time, just one moment of quiet. Thank you.
Thanks to Vice Mayor Nguyen and also Councilmember West for the salute to the flag and also invocation. Next is City Attorney closed session report. Do you have anything else?
There's nothing to report. There was one item. There was a discussion and no action taken.
Thank you very much. Next is export communication. Do we have anything from the council? Seeing none, hearing none, so moving on to the city clerk report. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Ordinance number 2605, amending the Westminster Municipal Code relative to oral communications at council meetings, was approved and adopted during the September 13th City Council meeting. The ordinance will go into effect for the October 25th council meeting. The following changes will be implemented moving forward. Oral communications for agenda items will be taken at the beginning of the meeting. The speaker slips will remain green. Oral communications for non-agenda items will be taken at the end of the meeting, and the slips will now be yellow. As a reminder, each comment period will allot for 3 minutes per speaker. That concludes my report, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Next is the city manager report, please.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, members of the community. So first of all, Councilmember Ho wished to express her regret for not being here tonight. She has a family friend emergency, so she won't be in attendance. So a few department updates as usual. Red Ribbon Week is coming up October 23rd to the 31st, and this year the police department will be participating. Red Ribbon Week is the nation's largest and oldest drug prevention program. Each year, more than 80 million young people and adults show their commitment to a healthy, drug-free lifestyle by wearing or displaying the red ribbon. Red Ribbon inspires the children to be drug-free and healthy. The theme for this year's national campaign is Be Kind to Your Mind and Live Drug-Free. Westminster Police Department officers and our school resource officers will be visiting all local schools throughout the city between October 23rd and 31st to encourage our kids to live drug-free. Over at Community Services, the Senior Center Fall Dance is this Friday the 13th from 12:30 to 2:30 p.m. Music will be provided by DJ Professor D, and light refreshments are included with the ticket purchase. Pre-sale tickets are $5 and same-day tickets are $7, so please call the Senior Center at 714-895-2878 for information on how to purchase your tickets, and of course, if you're interested in joining the Senior Center. We're excited that pickleball is making its debut in Westminster, fastest growing sport in the last 3 years in the nation. Join us at our ribbon cutting ceremony for the unveiling of the Sigler Park pickleball courts on Wednesday, October 18th at 10 a.m. Everyone's invited, and of course, maybe you'll catch us playing a couple of rounds of pickleball. And coming up, Spooky Fun at the Civic Center comes back on Friday, October 27th. We'll be having our trunk or treat, a scavenger hunt, a Candyland maze, a photo booth, food trucks, games, activities, community of friendas, and the night will end with a showing of the Super Mario Brothers movie. So our trunk or treat will take place from 4:30 to 6:30 p.m., and the movie will begin at 6:30 p.m. And if you're interested in hosting a trunk or a community of frienda, call Community Services, and they'll help you out with that. Community Services would also like to welcome their newest staff members to the team, Aaron Garcia and Larry Villa. Aaron Garcia will be joining as a recreation leader, and Larry Villa will be one of our newest crossing guards, so welcome aboard. Last but not least, as you know, we've been looking for a community development director for some time. And I wanted to introduce our new community development director who started with us this past Monday. Catherine Lynn, if you want to raise your hand, say hello. So Catherine comes to us from the city of Moreno Valley, where she recently served as principal planner. She has 19 years of planning experience, including 17 years in the public sector. We're really excited. We did go through a very competitive process in which Catherine came out on top. In the past, we've had community development directors who have historically had more of a building background, so we are really excited to have someone with a planning background. As you know, our planning department's very busy, and so we hope, and we're confident that Catherine's skills, experience, and abilities will be a welcome to our team. With that concludes my report.
Well, thank you for the detailed report. On behalf of the City Council and City staff, welcome aboard. Thank you for taking the job to be here. I want to, again, on behalf of the city staff and this City Council, I want to thank all of you for being here this evening. I know that it takes a lot of courage for you to be here. It's Wednesday evening, but you are here. It's a busy day, but you are here with us. So once again, welcome to the city meetings. Next, I would like to have we have some of the special presentation that we would like to recognize. And first is the presentation by the Orange County Water District on PFAS. And I am glad that we have Attorney Van Tran, Second Vice President of Orange County Water District, is being here to present us the managing and protecting Orange County's drinking water supply. So big hand for him, and please come to the podium.
We can't hear you.
Need to push a button.
Yeah.
Okay. Once again, good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council and the staff. My name is Van Tran, and I am the second Vice President of the Board of Directors of the Orange County Water District. We have 10 directors representing about 2.5 million residents here in Orange County, and we're very pleased to be here this evening to present to you what's going on at the OCWD with the City of Westminster. And with me this evening is Mr. John Kennedy, our Executive Director of Engineering and Water Resources. He is Mr. Water World. He knows everything about water, and it's quite incredible since my term serving on the Water Board and learning so much about what we take for granted every day when we turn on the faucet or the spigot. And it works because staff members like Mr. Kennedy and his colleagues work hard every day to make sure that we have quality and clean water and healthy water for our lives on a daily basis. Thank you so much for having us here today. We have a very short slide presentation, and it's quite amazing. Mr. Kennedy, John's going to help me with the presentation, and I hope that you can follow up and follow through with the presentation, which is very quick. For some background, Orange County Water District, or OCWD, is a groundwater, not river water or rainwater, but groundwater wholesale agency. Our mission is to sustainably manage the Orange County groundwater basin, which includes finding new and innovative ways to replenish the basin, maintain its high quality, and protect Orange County's rights to the Santa Ana River water. We provide groundwater to 19 cities and retail water districts in North and Central Orange County, who can pump up to 85% of their primary drinking water supply from the basin. These agencies serve a collective of 2.5 million residents. For the city of Westminster, here in particular, because of the additional investments you have made in local water infrastructure, you can pump nearly 100% of your drinking water needs from the groundwater basin. We manage more than $1.5 billion in critical water infrastructure, facilities, and equipment to ensure a reliable supply of our communities, for our communities. This includes the world's largest water recycling facility, the Groundwater Replenishment System, or as some of you may know, the GWRS for short, and it's the largest in the world right now. And our state-of-the-art, and we're very happy to name it after one of the former council member from Westminster and also supervisor from Orange County, Mr. Philip, the late Philip Anthony Water Quality Laboratory, located on our campus in Fountain Valley as well. We manage about 24 recharge basins located in the cities of Anaheim and Orange that store water, which eventually percolates into the groundwater basin. We also own more than 2,000 acres behind Prado Dam in Riverside County in the city of Corona, where we operate the Prado Wetlands, the largest constructed wetlands on the west coast of the United States. Speaking of storing water, OCWD has a tremendous partnership with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, where we actively store billions of gallons of water behind Prado Dam each winter. The Prado Dam primarily acts as a flood control facility, but we have been working cooperatively with the Corps of Engineers for decades to carefully store water behind the dam. During the tropical storm Hillary, we all remember Hillary, 10,500 acre-feet of water was captured behind Prado in one day, in just one day. This is enough water to meet the needs of the entire city of Westminster for a whole year. And the water that was captured was approximately nearly $13 million. Another way OCWD is increasing local water supplies is through water reuse at its world-renowned groundwater replenishment system. The GWRS is the world's largest water recycling facility, producing up to 130 million gallons of water a day. It takes treated wastewater from the Orange County Sanitation District and purifies it through a 3-step advanced purification system consisting of microfiltration, reverse osmosis, and ultraviolet light with hydrogen peroxide. So a lot of people say that it's from toilet to tap. That's how it works, literally, and you can drink it, and it's clear, good water. We can now take 100% of OC Sanitation reclaimable wastewater flows and recycle it into high-quality drinking water. This means that 100% of the city of Westminster's wastewater is being recycled at this facility. Next, protecting our water supplies is our utmost priority, and we work hard 24/7 to make sure that we provide high-quality water that meets all state and federal drinking water standards. There's a challenge for all of us here, and we wanted to be here to share with you about PFAS, and that's a chemical. in which we're trying to clean up in our water system. And it's a real concern, not only locally, but also nationally as well. Over the past few years, the emergence of PFAS, I can't even pronounce the chemical name of it. It's a long name. How do you say it, John?
Per and polyfluoroalkyl.
Okay, thank you. Or PFAS, has prompted changes in state and federal drinking water regulations. While not responsible for releasing PFAS into the environment, OCWD is proactively and swiftly addressing PFAS detected in the groundwaters basin right now. Here in Westminster, there are, first of all, in Orange County, there are 61 local wells being affected by PFAS, or potentially could be affected by PFAS. And most recently, in March of this year, the US EPA proposed a maximum contamination level, which is really lower than the local level, which may affect also the city of Westminster as well. So specifically, next slide, please. For the city, there are 10 groundwater wells. City of Westminster, we have 10 groundwater wells. It is important to note that there are no active PFAS projects at this time. There may be in the future, however, and we're dealing with it. However, we have executed a treatment agreement with the city in anticipation of possible PFAS treatment being necessary should the federal regulation be finalized as they are currently proposed. What that means is that if the PFAS levels is being lowered, which triggers the requirement for us to clean it up or remediate the PFAS, then we're going to have to do it. And there's huge litigation right now that's going on against DuPont and 3M and others that we're working on and trying to get recovery from with the contamination over the decades. Next slide, please. For OCWD and its retail agencies, the PFAS price tag is over $1 billion, and it's likely to increase as regulations are finalized and the need for more treatment plant arises. We are committed to working closely with all our retailers, including the City of Westminster, to remove PFAS from the water. Our board has committed to funding 100% of design and construction of treatment plants, with the operation of maintenance costs being split 50-50 with the retailer. We are pursuing all feasible funding options and cost recovery, including grants, legislative solutions, and litigation as well. Before I close, I wanted to highlight a recent grand jury report that calls for one wholesale water agency to serve the needs of Orange County residents and businesses. The 21-22 Orange County Grand Jury recommended the consolidation of the Orange County Water District and the Municipal Water District of Orange County, known as MODOC, that you may have heard. We believe that having one wholesale water agency could result in greater accountability, more coordinated legislative advocacy, and maximize water resources planning, and it's all good for the residents of Orange County. Thank you. At this time, I thank you for much of your time, for giving me the opportunity to do the presentation. If there are any questions, tough questions, Mr. John Kennedy can handle it, and I'll be here to support him as well. Thank you so much for the opportunity for the presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Tran, Second Vice President from Orange County Water District, and Mr. Kennedy here to present on this very important topic. I have something new for everyone here today, including the council members and city staff. It's going to be Mayor's Award. If any one of us can repeat the name of the chemical that you were mentioned about. If you can answer, you will be recognized and receive award today. And it's called Mayor's Award. All right, thank you very much again. Thank you. Next is, we have several special presentation that we will hand out today. And thank you for the high school student are being here today too. And I believe that you are here with your parents, and welcome, welcome again. So the next one is going to be a presentation proclamation Red Ribbon Week. So the recipient will come to the podium later on. I'm going to read all the special presentation here, and then we'll come down and present you with all the certificate of recognitions. Red Ribbon Week, October 23rd to 31, 2023. We gather to recognize the significance of Red Ribbon Week, observed October 23 through October 31st. The red ribbon has been chosen to symbolize commemorating work of Enrique Camarena, a drugs enforcement administration agent who was murdered in the line of duty, and represent the belief that one person can make a difference against the war on drugs. During the week, we are encouraged to wear the red ribbon to show support for the drug-free environment, and the National 2023 Red Ribbon campaign theme is Be Kind to Your Mind, Live Drug-Free. Now, therefore, I, Chi Charlie Nguyen, Mayor of City of Westminster, on behalf of the Vice Mayor Nam Quang Nguyen and Council members Amy Van West, Carlos Manzo, and Kimberly Ho, do hereby proclaim October 23rd to 31st as Red Ribbon Week in the City of Westminster, and encourage all residents to support a drug-free lifestyle. The next one is Communities Come Together event. On September 9, 2023, the Westminster Police Department and Andy Aiden Safety Group hosted the first Communities Come Together event at the Westminster Boys and Girls Club. The event focused on family with special needs children and how to safely interact in specific safety situations. Some of their education was focused around calling 911 during emergencies, traffic safety, along with how to identify police officers and firefighters when help is needed. There were over 78 children and families in attendance, as well as community resources provided to all attendees. Thank you to both the Westminster Police Department and Andy Aiden Safety Group for putting on such a great event. I was there along with several council members. I believe Vice Mayor Nguyen was there, Council Member West, and Council Member Manzo was there also. Westminster High School's STEM STEM students. It is with great pleasure that we get to recognize some of our very own Westminster High School students this evening. Kevin Vo, Larry Lee, Ryan Huang submitted an artificial intelligence powered robotic service animal designed for people with visual disabilities to assist in navigating different environments. The tech is intended to serve as an alternative to those who can't afford a service animal. They came in top 3 for the AI for Accessibility Award, along with a total of $2,500 in prize money at the Intel AI Global Impact Conference. Additionally, the following students from Warner Middle Schools were a part of the top 12 semifinalists in Orange County in the Thermo Fisher Scientific Junior Innovators Challenge, the nation's oldest STEM competition for the middle schoolers. Ivy Ding for the 8th grade, Donna Kim Hing, 8th grader, Esther Lee, 8th grader, Mary Ann Nguyen, 8th grader, Yamin Orozco, 8th grader. With that, I would like to conclude the presentation right here, and I would like to invite all council members to come down to the podium and present the special presentation to all the recipients.
So can we have Mrs. D. Miller, Young Marine Gunnery Sergeant Dylan Miller, and Young Mariners up to the front, please?
First, I would like to present the proclamation read with the book to those who are listening. So, congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you again. You want to say anything? Okay, go ahead. All right, thank you very much. Next, I would like to invite the communities come together event. Do we have? Okay.
If we could have Ruby Garcia from Andy and Aiden Safety Group and Officer Hartman and Commander Gump from the Westminster Police Department.
Yes. For this event, like I said earlier, we also invite the police association, the police with us. So first, I would like to present it to Andy Aiden Safety Group, which is you, right? Thank you. And I also want to present this one to our Westminster Police. Thank you for all. Thank you very much. Anyone of you want to say anything? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much. Okay.
For our next presentation, can we go ahead and get Teacher Pham and all of your students up front, please?
Yes. Well, I forgot to read the name, all the names before, right? Yes, can I go ahead and? We have the first three for AI, and the rest of them are the same. I'm going to you. AI for accessibility. IVD. Okay. Thank you. We also have Councilmember Hall here with us. For the first three, I guess it's different than the rest of you guys. First, Larry Lee, AI for Accessibility Award. And also, I have Kevin Vaughn, and also Ryan Huang. All these three come here. The reason I said that for the three is because it's the same content. We want to present certificate of recognition, present it to them for AI for Accessibility Award, for increasing accessibility to those with visual disabilities with an innovative artificial intelligent power robotic service annual. So this is on the 11th day of October 23rd, and signed by me and all the council members. So Larry Lee, Kevin Vaughn, Ryan Huang. Next, I would like to present a certificate of recognition to several of them, and they are the same title, Thermo Fisher Scientific Junior Innovators Challenge for innovative scientific research, which spotlight the curiosity and mindset needed to solve modern-day problems and create a better and brighter future. And the first one is to Ivy Ding. To Donna Kim Huang. Esther Lee. Marianne Nguyen. And Zamin Oroko. Congratulations. Thank you very much. All right. Anything else? Take a picture. All right. Again, thank you all for being here. Thank you. Congratulations to all recipients. You are welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting, or if you need to, if you need to leave, I understand. We understand. Thank you. Next, next is oral communication. And I want to thank Madam City Clerk, already outlined or mentioned about the oral communication. To have it reflect to the record, I would like to ask if you can read the oral communication instruction, please.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any items on the agenda or non-agenda items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction, except public hearing items. Members of the public wishing to address public hearing items shall do so at the time of the public hearing. Unless otherwise extended by a majority vote of the City Council, comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a green speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the city clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time and state your name and city of residence for the record.
Thank you very much. At this time, I would like to invite go ahead and call for the first speaker, please.
Our first speaker is Tim Hogan.
Good evening. For over 40 years, my neighbors and I have looked to reduce the traffic that cuts through Indian Village. We're besieged by commuters who seek an easy route to and from 22, impatient drivers who wish to avoid stoplights on the arterial roads, people who simply want easier, quicker routes in every direction. All these and more cut through the village at all hours of the day and night. We brought our concerns to the city in myriad fashion over the years, all to no avail. Whether we talked to Public Works, the Traffic Commission, the police, or the council, nothing ever happened. Mayor Rice lived right in the middle of it, and even she was unable to effect change. Every idea we brought forward was either denied or dismissed. whether it was additional stop signs, permanent digital speed indicators, speed berms, retroreflective warning signs, arrays of bot stops, directional indicators to divert traffic elsewhere, or simply larger, more prominent signage. All were denied. Too expensive, too restrictive, too ineffective, too impractical. Too many twos. We had just about given up, resigned ourselves to our misery. Then this city did something unexpected. In rapid succession, the council made some uncharacteristically brilliant decisions, all involving personnel. And one of those elevated to help manage the city was Adolfo Ozeta. In just a couple of years, Mr. Ozeta has made an indelible mark upon our city. Through his diligent management, he helped shepherd the 405 improvement project, minimizing its impact on our city in 1,000 different ways. For this, we owe him a debt of gratitude, for this project could have been far worse. To my surprise and delight, however, Mr. Ozeta has done what no one else even attempted. He's reduced the traffic in India Village while he improved traffic safety throughout the surrounding communities. The design modifications he and his staff implemented on Edwards, Trask, and Garden Grove Boulevard have slowed traffic and cut its volume throughout the entire area. Children walk to school in greater safety. The center-left turn lane on Edwards has vastly improved traffic flow. It is safer, less stressful. He also moved us towards eventual intercity bike paths. And best of all, everything looks great. A significant benefit to the value of our community. And yet, the best for last. This project wasn't paid from city funds. As I understand, Mr. Ozeta obtained a competitive grant from Caltrans, then leveraged our partnership with OCTA to have a portion covered as part of the 405 improvement project. Has this completely solved our issues? Not at all. But it has substantially improved conditions throughout the neighborhood. The project is a success, and the majority in the neighborhood agrees. Mr. Ozeta and his staff and crew are to be commended for their exemplary efforts. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gigi Vo. Okay, our next speaker is Vanville.
Vanville.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor Chang Nguyen and Council Member Kimberly Ho, Council Member Nam Quang Nguyen, and Council Manager and Council MU Phan West. My name is Van Duc Vo. I'm here tonight as a businessman in the city of Westminster. We have a business provide legal service in the city. And I am here tonight also presenting as a executive director of Asian American Voter Alliance. I'm witness many change happen in Westminster for last 3 decades at least. I see many disappear, strawberry field in the city. I see many agriculture field disappear from the city. But I'm very happy to see the city grow with many commercial buildings, business growing up. That means the city brings a lot of revenue from our local business. It's happy for the city. However, the change make Westminster more prosperity, but also bring a lot more trouble with us. My hope that my missing all the traditional event from the city, such like Miss Teen Westminster, disappear for a while. A few years ago, I see Kimberly Ho bring the pageant, Miss Teen pageant back to the city. I hope sooner or later we will have that Miss Westminster scholarship competition bring back to the city. But however, tonight, I'm here tonight with my present. It's a yellow flag. I believe the city of a yellow flag resolution many years, but however, I don't know how it exists or not. I would like to present this gift to City Council woman, Amy Phan West, because I visit her office and I didn't see the flag there, and I asked her and she happy to receive that. That's why I'm here tonight to bring this for you, Councilwoman Amy Phan West. for some people, maybe misunderstand, say, don't bring a lot of problem or Vietnamese problem to city. No, I'm not bringing any problem about or whatever's called Vietnamese problem to the city. But I am here tonight to present this flag to City Councilwoman Amy West, because of this one is represent for value of brave, freedom and democracy. And I hope we will
Your time is up,
protect.
sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please come to get it. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Terry Rains.
Hello, congratulations, STEM students. You are our future. The last meeting was short and sweet. It's amazing how efficient a meeting can be without Amy, the narcissistic twat waffle there, constantly talking over people with her drama and off-topic AI-generated speeches, and without Charlie constantly interrupting and arguing with public speakers. Nam Kwan, you really had it easy. Thanks to our great PD for the second quarter homeless and crime reports, items 3.3 and 3.4. Nice to see violent crime finally go down, but the increase in rapes and burglaries is concerning. Item 5.1 was continued because Amy missed the last meeting. Was she watching the GOP debate, or was she really on vacation with her family? Again, still. One has to wonder when her kids are homeschooled with her as their teacher. Poor kids. I support Carlos appointing the well-connected and well-respected Jackie Bong Wright to the foundation to replace David Johnson, who quit almost immediately. But who will Amy appoint? I am still waiting for a response to the emails I sent to the city regarding the foundation's structure as reflected on state-filed documents, Christian. Item 5.2 is not unheard of for a city to provide a small amount of initial funding to a city-oriented community foundation, but for our city, $20,000 to $25,000 is a lot of money. I support providing some seed money, but only with a formal written agreement spelling out the terms of what it's to be used for, that it's one-time funding only, and whether or not the foundation is obligated to pay the city back. Item 7.1, 11 months post-election, and this commission is still not seated. 5 applicants are listed. Isn't Jose Castillo the same person that Amy appointed to the Traffic Commission who never even bothered to be sworn in? I support Jessica Lawson now for this commission if she's still interested. Nothing against Con Wen, but he's already been on this and the Traffic Commission for 8 years, plus he's a school district trustee. Jason Gray is on the commission and lists his title as co-chair, but there's no co-chair. Does he mean vice chair? Christine Hernandez would be a true asset on this commission, even though she just recently applied. So good luck with your 5 appointments. More seriously, members for the ordinance-mandated Measure Y Oversight Committee still have not been appointed, even though on July 10th, the city manager informed you that 5 people had applied. The city hasn't even bothered to contact those applicants or respond to their repeated inquiries. Section 3.11.130D, an oversight committee appointed by the City Council will convene twice in a yearly period to review and discuss the use of the revenue generated by the measure. And E, in the event the City Council, the Citizens Oversight Committee, the city, any employee of the city, or any member of the City Council or the Citizens Oversight Committee fail to take action required by this section, any court of competent jurisdiction may order that action be taken. Okay, so be it. Speaking of court orders, PRA Nothing to Report liars Amy and Nam Kwan and your devotee, Christian Bettenhausen. Is that what it's going to take to get you guys to comply with the PRA law? I'm asking for a friend, of course. Thank you.
And our final speaker. Okay, our final speaker is Gigi.
Xin kính chào quý vị trong Hội đồng thành phố Westminster. Tôi tên là Gigi Vô. Hôm nay tôi đến đây tôi có một vài ý về vấn đề 5.2 của nghị trình 5.2 mà thành phố hôm nay bàn đến. Được biết.
Her name is Gigi Vo, and she's here to say something about the 5.2 Yeah. So,
Dạ, được biết thành phố Westminster đã được thành lập một ủy ban bất vụ lợi, Foundation Volunteer Foundation bất vụ lợi đó. Thì điều này rất là tốt cho thành phố chúng ta. Đây là, theo tôi được biết thì cái ủy ban này được thành lập, có nhiều người ta đã volunteer, người ta không nhận gì của thành phố hết, thiện nguyện để làm việc cho thành phố được. Có những buổi lễ chẳng hạn như diễn hành Tết hoặc là những buổi lễ nào mà liên quan đến thành phố và cư dân trong thành phố.
so the City Council has created the Westminster Community Foundation, and all the board members are volunteer and receive nothing out of the foundation. So they will be a big help for the community event, especially state parades or some other like veteran memorial that we that the foundation plan.
Và những người thiện nguyện này thì họ không đòi hỏi gì ở thành phố hết, mà họ chỉ làm với một cái bỏ công, bỏ sức, bỏ thời gian ra. Đây là một việc rất tốt. Và nếu được thực hành được những cái buổi lễ chẳng hạn như diễn hành Tết đó, thì đem lại được nhiều cái nhắc nhớ lại cho mọi sắc tộc của những người dân ngự trong thành phố nói riêng và trong cái Orange quận hạt này nói chung. Thì trong đó có người Việt tị nạn chúng tôi, thì chúng tôi được thành phố cho diễn hành Tết, nhắc lại những phong tục tập quán cổ truyền của dân tộc, không những của dân tộc Việt Nam cho người tị nạn Việt Nam mà cho tất cả các sắc dân ở thành phố này. Cho nên tôi rất mong muốn rằng quý vị trong hội đồng thành phố này vui lòng, rộng tay, rộng lòng, rộng lượng cho cái hội foundation này một số tiền nhỏ lớn gì tùy theo thành phố, để cho hội có tiền mà tổ chức những cái buổi diễn hành được tốt đẹp hơn, đồng thời để hội được tổ chức một buổi fundraising để kiếm tiền chi tiêu cho cái cuộc diễn hành hoặc bất cứ cái cuộc gì mà làm lợi cho các sắc dân trong cộng đồng và thành phố của chúng ta. Còn nếu đó là điều mong ước của tôi, không những của tôi mà của tất cả những người dân trong thành phố này nói riêng và trong cái quận hạt này nói chung. Còn nếu một vài nghị viên hay là một người nào trong hội đồng thành phố mà có ý không bằng lòng cấp cho cái hội này một ít tiền để làm cái quỹ chi tiêu, thì tự động cá nhân những người đó đứng ra tổ chức đi. Thì như thế thì cái hội thiện nguyện này, cái hội foundation này á, ở nhà nghỉ khỏi làm. Đó là ý kiến của tôi, cho nên tôi rất mong mỏi quý vị chấp nhận cho cái hội này được một số tiền, dù nhiều dù ít, để cho hội có một cái ngân quỹ mà chi tiêu trong cái vấn đề chi phí của các cuộc lễ. Xin trân trọng cảm ơn.
So basically, the foundation was doing charity work for the city, and they plan to do some fundraising event. And with the initial fund from the city council, they can do some fundraising and collect those donations, and it go right back into the community. For the expense of state parades or some other community event. And her wish is to have the city council consider any amount that can help them for the initial fundraising costs. And so this event actually remind all of the refugee in her Vietnamese community, for our custom and culture. So this is not only for only her, but for a lot of refugee in this community.
Thank you.
Mayor, we have no further speakers.
All right, thank you very much. Next item is consent calendar. All matters listed under consent calendar are considered routine and may be approved by a single motion, followed by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the City Council or staff request that specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate action or discussion. With that, I would like to pull item 3.1 and 3.4.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to pull 3.3. Since you pulled 3.4, that's perfect.
A motion to approve the rest except
I second it.
Okay. Motion to approve the rest except for item 3.1, 3.3, 3.4. Roll call vote, please.
So I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, seconded by Councilwoman Fan West, which is to approve the consent calendar, which would be item 3.2. The rest have been pulled for a separate discussion. Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
yes.
Councilmember Ho.
Did you say pull 3.2?
That's the only one right now that we are approving at this
Oh.
time.
Oh, okay. Okay, yes, yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried.
So 3.1, I pulled that item. The reason I pull is because I wasn't here last meeting, so I would like to abstain for my vote. And with that, I want also saying that I'm sorry I missed the meeting, but I can't do anything, to be here on that day. And I miss this a lot because that was the first meeting that I missed ever since I sit on the council. Whether it's a special meeting, whether it's the strategic meeting or any kind of meetings, I never missed a meeting except for that. So I'm proud of that, but I apologize that I missed that. So my vote is abstain. Go ahead and call
Motion.
vote if there's no question, no comment on this.
Motion to
We
approve.
need a motion.
Thank you. I have a motion made by
I second
Councilmember
it.
Monzo,
Second it.
second by Mayor Nguyen. All right. Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor is abstained. 4-0, motion carried.
Thank you. And now item 3.3, that's pulled by Councilmember West.
Hear me okay? Okay, so can we get that report, Chief, on 3.3? If you can talk a little bit about that?
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Vice Mayor. So 3.3 is going to be the quarterly update of our homeless activities within the police department. I would like to start out by saying we actually do meet quarterly with our homeless ad hoc committee that consists of members of the police department, myself, our homeless liaison team that I'll refer to as HLO for the rest of this presentation, and the Vice Mayor and Councilwoman Amy Fan West. We met, I believe it was last month. We're reporting on Q2 statistics. And I'll just give a brief overview of those statistics. I know the details were given to everyone in their agenda packages, and they're there for your review. But in that quarter, which consists of the months of April, May, and June, The police department received almost 3,200 calls for service. Our HLO team contacted 325 homeless individuals, and 36 encampments were cleaned. It's very important that we clean these encampments due to health and safety concerns to not only the homeless, but also the general public. We're also now starting to gather data in working with Be Well that all of you are familiar with and have approved the expenditures for our teams to work with Be Well. I'd like to report that that is going very well, and they are a great addition to our team on not just homeless matters, but other persons having mental crisis. So I know we kind of think of Be Well as working just with the homeless, but they don't. They work with students, the general public, people in domestic situations, et cetera. That said, 93% of services provided this month were to unhoused people. So the vast majority of their services are being consumed by homeless individuals. They went on a total of 357 calls for service and self-initiated activities. Most of that, or a big majority of that, were welfare checks, about 53%. Mental health issues were almost 31%. And other was the remainder percentage, which is almost 17%. The dispositions of some of those calls they've assisted us on is the majority was sobering centers with 32%, emergency departments, medical, 24%, shelter, homeless shelters, 4%, about 20% crisis stabilization unit for people in mental distress, and then other was about 20%. I would like to report that they are a great asset to us as far as freeing up police officers' times when normally everything I just mentioned, police officers would be at. And police officers can't leave that scene until they deal with that crisis. So that's less police officers to send to emergencies. That's a longer response time for police officers to get to people calling 911 and asking for our immediate help. So removing us when we can, some of these calls we go on with them, but once it's stabilized and we're able to remove ourselves from that, those officers are now in a position to go on other emergencies and making it safer for our community as a whole. So I am here to report that it is working well. It's getting better as the teams work together, and I'll now open it up for any questions you might have.
Any question for the chief? If not, I move to approve.
I'll have a couple, just a couple. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, it looks like we've been making some great success and good strides in a positive direction. But I mean, you know, like just like anything, is a learning. You're learning as you go. Have you learned, or the team has learned any things that we can improve on, or we can do, you know, to better going forward? Like I said, it's every day you're out there, you're learning something. So is there something like that, conversations like that happening?
Absolutely. So our teams, not just our patrol team, but our HLO team, our dispatch team, and Be Well continually are in a learning mode, especially probably for the first year, on what's working, what's not. You know, the local familiarization with Be Well, client, getting to know the clients on the streets, because most of them are repeat customers. But yes, they're learning a tremendous amount. I would say I'd have to have a big chunk of time to sit up here and debrief everyone on exactly what they're learning, but a tremendous amount.
Okay. And then is our team working also with the neighboring cities as far as on some of these efforts, the cleanup efforts in particular?
Yes. So our HLO team works very closely with the surrounding HLO teams, as well as the CHP and CPU. So yes, it's a rather large effort, and they collaborate with one another on most of their efforts, especially in the areas like Beach in the 22, where we receive a lot of complaints. They work very closely with Caltrans, CHP, and Garden Grove Police. We do get a lot of calls. I'll take this opportunity to talk about that. A lot of calls on that whole intersection is not ours. So sometimes we get calls and they go, why isn't this cleaned up? Why are all these homeless here committing crimes? Why is this person sleeping on the sidewalk and looks like they've overdosed? It's not our side of the, that's not our jurisdiction sometimes. So that's why sometimes you'll see Garden Grove on one side, CHP on another, and then yet us on another.
Yeah, that's one of the concerns I have is that most folks just assume that that area is Westminster, when in fact it's not. There's 3 agencies right there within feet of each other. My thing is, make sure that those agencies are there when those calls are made. If it pertains to Garden Grove, make sure Garden Grove is there. And yeah, so hopefully that's happening. So thank you, Chief. Appreciate it.
And if I may take the opportunity to also comment on, several months ago, the council did authorize 2 additional HLO police officers assigned to that unit. They'd been fully trained and hit the streets, out on the streets, about the end of August. So only just 2 months ago, really, if even that. And I actually received the stats today on their efforts, and I have to tell you, as your police chief, I was very impressed with the statistics. Now, their goal as HLO is to actually render services to the homeless, see if we can shelter them, see if we can get them medical attention, to see if we can partner them with Be Well to take care of any mental crisis they might be having, to get them medical attention on open sores and other issues they're having. And that's their primary duties as HLOs. However, anyone that's worked that assignment for any length of time knows that most of the time services are denied. Staggering amount of percentage. I don't have the exact percentage in front of me, but it was in the 90-something percentile of declines. No, I don't want to go to a shelter. No, I don't want medical attention. No, I don't want you to talk to me about these issues. So then we have to move to other remedies, and sometimes that is arrests. So in this case, since late August 28th to today, that unit, that is shorthanded, as you know, but that unit with those 2 additional HLOs that you voted on to increase our department size have arrested 62 individuals, which is a staggering number for a 2-man unit that is also responsible for everything else I just talked about, the cleanups, getting people sheltered, getting people medical attention, all the other stuff. On top of all of that, they have made 62 physical arrests. So I can tell you that, as much as I wish everyone would just take services, that just doesn't happen in our world. And sometimes the only way to force that help on somebody is to make an arrest when they have committed a crime, and we have a crime, and 62 times. So there is a lot going out there for us to try to remedy this situation.
That's very good to hear. Thank the HLO officers out there for all their hard work.
I will. I told them I was going to be saying this tonight, so they're probably watching.
All right, well, thank you.
We have a motion. Is there a
A second.
I want to say something.
Okay,
Thank you. So as Mr. Namguang, Vice Mayor, and myself on the ad hoc committee, we get informed on this, and it's phenomenal what Be Well is doing, and then also with the HLO police, what they're doing as well. So I know that you guys are always underappreciated. So I just want to take this moment to say thank you so much for doing that. And then with, the result, I mean, our money, tax dollars worth the 2 HLO police, as the chief just mentioned, 62 individual physical arrests. That's phenomenal. So you guys know that your tax dollars is going to good use. So thank you again, Chief. Thank you, Westminster PD. Thank you.
I wanted to repeat my motion again. The motion is to receive and file the report, and we have a second by Councilmember Menzo. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
Before we vote, could I make a comment?
Okay,
Okay, sure. Thank you. Since we only have, so before, I just need a clarification. You mentioned the homeless outreach team. Are you referencing the 2 HLOs or the HLO officers you have?
Yeah, so that team consists of
Gotcha.
actually 4 police officers, and we call them HLOs. It also consists of 2 caseworkers,
Okay,
clinicians, if you will.
so that makes a team, the HLO officers and the managers.
Caseworkers, yes.
Caseworkers, but the caseworkers are not part of your PD department. Would it be like at the,
They are part of the police department. They're
Oh,
not
they are.
sworn police officers, they're professional staff,
Okay.
civilian, with a special expertise in housing people that are homeless,
okay.
amongst
So-
other expertise.
So that we could properly thank them, since we only have 2 officers, right? Or is it 3 now? Can we have the names of those officers?
Yes, as far as recognition goes.
No, I'm just saying, I'm just asking, just so we don't say 2, they're just 2 or 3 people now total,
Sure.
right? The
Sure,
officers are,
it's 3 that are in the field right now. We have 1 on leave, and that would be Officers Chris Stone, Abel
Chris Stone.
Jimenez, and Roland Perez.
well, thank you, officers, for doing such a great job. And so I made some notes as I was reading through your success stories. So the first thing was what a great team, the homeless outreach team. So you just clarified that that's not just the HLO officers, but that includes the managers. And the other comment that I made would be, I noticed that, I know that maybe they weren't successful at placing the homeless people right away. You said like 90% unsuccessful, but it seems like a lot of them actually come and just voluntarily come to your department, to the police station, and kind of like tell you that they want to be, they need help. So is that the result of the HLO officers talking to them? And maybe initially it didn't sink in, maybe they turned away, they said no and turned them away, but they eventually came to your department?
Sometimes, and our case managers actually continue to contact them and tell them, come to the station anytime, ask for me. They give them their cards, and there's many success stories of them coming in, after maybe they hit rock bottom, maybe they had a hard week, but at some point they go, you know what, I am going to take them up on help, and they will come in, knock on the door, ask for that caseworker, and that caseworker will start the process in housing them.
So I hope your team or the homeless outreach team doesn't get disappointed when they say no and turn you away. 90% of the time they turn away is quite disappointing, but then they,
Yes.
when you follow the full circle and you see that they actually come back after thinking about it. So that's great. How often are you out of beds? I know the allocation for us, Westminster, how many beds do we get?
So right now, we're afforded 10 beds.
So how often are you full? Or what's the wait like?
It depends. It's in flux. It matters. Sometimes it's full. Other times there's open beds. So it depends what day it is. It depends how many people walked out of the shelter. It depends on how many people were placed somewhere. So I can't give you a hard number because it's always moving. It's a moving target.
Mm-hmm. Overall, I'm so pleased what I'm reading. Thank you so much for everything you do and for the homeless outreach team. Please convey our regards to them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any question for you, Chief, but I'm going to make some compliments. Ever since that we have an ad hoc committee with Women Found West on the team, and we work very closely with the PD. And at the time that we got Be Well and the two new officers, came on board, and the result is phenomenal. I can tell you that it's very obvious. Just go around the city, and then we see that the homeless, increase, So I think all we need is the results, and then you guys deliver it, and keep on working. Very good job. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
I don't see any more comments, but before we take a vote on this, I just want to make sure that we are all excited for the grand opening of the navigation center, right?
Yes, we
Okay, before we take up the vote, call vote, please stand there for the 3.4 presentation also. Thank you.
All right, so for this item, I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Monzo. This is to receive and file the report. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilmember Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho, Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried.
So 3.4, the City of Westminster crimes statistic, a second quarter comparison for 2022 and 2023. Chief, would you please give us some updates?
Yes, Mayor. So I just want to quantify what we're looking at. So the second quarter of 2022 versus the second quarter of 2023 of this year. So we're going to compare apples to apples, same time of year, same months, and I'm going to round some numbers out. Just a little over 21% violent crime has dropped, so that's great news. We saw a significant decrease. In full transparency, I know in 2022 we had 3 homicides in the second quarter. We had 0 in the first quarter. However, we did have one, as you're aware of, the week before last. So the third quarter, you're going to see a little uptick with that stabbing homicide. But overall, and that's a great number, double digits, 21%, a little over, violent crime is down. Property crime, we weren't as lucky. However, there was an increase. However, it was very small, a hair over 3% increase in property crime. We are looking at ways to reduce this continually, just like every police department in the nation. We try new things. In fact, my staff and I are going next week to the International Association of Chiefs of Police to get ideas that they're doing internationally. Although the laws are a little different, some of the ideas might help us out. We're continually looking for new ideas that we can afford and we have the resources for. So it does get tricky and complicated, but we're continually looking at ways to drive down our crime rates.
Thank you very much. Myself have a number of occasions to talk to the chief and also the police officers, and I understand that they're out there working really, really hard to help the city to fight with the crimes and things like that. And I appreciate for all the effort that you guys put in, and hopefully that we continue to work hard on those items.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I don't know that you have something to say.
Yes, Mayor. I did also want to give you, oftentimes you are interested in traffic statistics, as we have discussed in the past. So traffic statistics, comparing May to October of 2022 with 2023. In May of 2022 to October, we had a total of 255 traffic collisions, which were injuries. We actually do not go out on non-injury traffic collisions. We just don't have the resources for that. So if 2 cars get into a crash and no one's hurt, we don't take a police report. We'll go there, we'll direct traffic, but we don't take that report. So I don't have those stats. So these are the serious accidents where somebody is injured or killed. In 2022, 6-month comparison, we had 255 collisions, 4 of which were fatals in that 6-month period. May to October in 2023, as of recent, we are down. We only had 188 traffic collisions, all of which were injury, and 3 fatalities. I would like to add that we did fill a police motor position, actually 2 police motor positions, for a total of 3. We were running with 1. So you see the direct results of us increasing our enforcement by almost triple, double, that crashes went down and fatalities were reduced by 1. That's not always the case, but I'm happy to report that they did go down. In fact, I'm also happy to report, and I'll point out, that one of those motors is a sergeant-at-arms here tonight.
All right. Thank you.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Any
I
questions?
have,
Yeah, please.
okay, so with LA County doing zero bail, Chief,
Two of them, sorry, my mistake.
Okay.
would you suspect that the crime is going to increase since LA, our nearby city, neighboring city, is doing zero bail? Would you believe, or your prediction, that this statistic will increase in 2023, 2024?
So our neighbor, LA County, did go to zero bail. We do not have that in Orange County right now. I am predicting that if we went to that, we would see an increase in crime. I do believe all the major cities that have adopted zero bail has seen increases in crime, but that's just a prediction. I haven't dived into all the studies. I don't have percentages standing in front of me, but all the things I'm going on memory now is it does increase the crime rate.
I'll give you a
Thank
chance
you.
to recognize the second officer so he doesn't resent it.
The second officer.
I do. Second motor officer, too. I forgot him because he's behind me, but responsible for driving down those crash rates as well.
Let's allow him to get it for that. Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Councilmember Meza?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for your presentation. Thank you to our two dedicated, multitaskers, motor officers, Sergeant-at-Arms.
Yeah.
So thank you, guys. I noticed, I have a question. I don't know if you used something that you have numbers on this. What about from quarter 1, 23 to quarter 2, 23? Is there any, to me, that's the most recent. Is there any kind of data as far as up and down?
So
with
I
numbers?
think you mean quarter 3, maybe?
First
Because
quarter?
we did report on first quarters
No,
already.
excuse me, because this number is quarter 2 of 22 compared to quarter 2 of 23, right?
No, it's quarter 2 compared to quarter, they're both second quarters, one
Yes,
of the year
my-
2022,
yeah,
one of
correct.
2023.
But my question is data for first quarter of this year compared to the second quarter of this year.
Don't have those numbers in front of me. The quarter 1 was presented to council several months ago.
Okay.
I just did not bring that with me.
Okay.
Yeah, but we can most certainly do that kind of comparison. And if you want actually a bigger comparison, the annual report that we presented to council last month has the entire year.
Okay, beautiful.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and broken down to months. So you
Okay.
can actually compare months from 21 and the year 21 and the year 2022. You can actually compare months and the crime rates in, I believe it's page 37 in our annual report.
Yeah, maybe I can find that and just glance over it again. Those traffic incidents you spoke of earlier, you think, or those are all, you would guess they're related to speed?
So when you break down the reasons, the primary collision factor usually is speed, but there's a number of other things. There's following too closely, there's impaired driving, but normally we see speed as one of the number one contributing factors in collisions.
Yeah, because I know, Adolfo, we've spoken of that before in the past as far as what we can do to mitigate that, try to reduce that.
I would say, to echo what the chief said, adding motors that effectively are focused on monitoring speed violations, that is the most, you're going to get your biggest return on investment with that. Along with other efforts, we're going to talk about education later in the meeting, so that's another component of it.
All right.
And building roads that are safe, like the Garden Grove project. So all of those combined. But motors is an immediate benefit to the public.
So I've noticed I've been in the news a bit, some other cities are looking at speed limits, adjustments to what they currently have, and see if that's something we should look at.
So we do bring back the speed limit approvals. I think we did that about 2 years ago. They expire at a certain time, we have to redo it. One of the things that just happened, though, with the projects that were described earlier today by the gentleman in the public, the Garden Grove project, the Trask project, the Edwards project, and every bridge section, approach and departure affected by the freeway project, the code requires us to come back and assess those corridors for speed. So we will be coming back in the coming months to address those changes in configurations to the roadways with a speed survey, so that'll be a more up-to-date speed survey for a good portion of the city.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chief.
I don't see any comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Again.
I
So,
motion.
Okay.
Yeah, I make a motion to file.
Okay, receive and file. Second it.
Okay, I have a motion made by Councilwoman Fan West and a second by Mayor Nguyen. I'll go ahead and call roll. This is to receive and file this report. Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Moving to 5.1, continue from the September 27, 2023 regular meeting. City Council appointments to Westminster Community Foundation. And this item, I believe, related to Councilmember Fan West and also Councilmember Menzo appointee. So first go with Councilmember West, appointee.
You guys hear me okay? So, I understand the urgency of making that appointment. However, I think it's very important for me. I have 2 applicants that I'm talking to right now, and I want to make sure that I appoint the right, appointee into this that would help the foundation. So for me, I will move to the next meeting to appoint that appointee.
Thank you. Councilmember Menzo.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'd struggled to find members of the community who were willing to participate, but I did find somebody with a lot of experience in community and foundations and fundraising and all the aspects that would help this community foundation succeed. And I've chosen Miss Jackie Bong Wright. I think she would be an asset to this community, to this foundation. So that's my nomination, Mayor.
Okay. Before we voted on this, I see that many of directors or board member for the WCF, which is Westminster Community Foundation, are here today. Why don't you stand up so that we can recognize? You can be recognized. Please stand up. Big hand to them for being here. Thank you for your service. And I believe for Miss Jackie Bone, which just appointed by, you can sit down now. Except for Miss Jackie Bone, please stand so people can recognize you, that you are being appointed by Councilmember Menzo today. Thank you.
Do we need a second?
Yeah, we need
I second.
Okay.
Thank you.
We have a motion by Councilmember Menzo and second by Councilmember Hall. Please, we'll make a roll call.
So I have a motion made for Councilmember Monzo, second by Councilmember Ho. This is to do 2 separate actions tonight. One is to extend Councilwoman Fan West's appointment to the next meeting, and this is also to appoint Councilmember Monzo's appointee this evening for a term ending January 2026. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Congratulations. Next is item 5.2, continue from the September 27, 2023 regular meeting. Consider request from the Westminster Community Foundation for startup funding from the City of Westminster. Before I open up for questions, I would like to ask, is this one-time funding request, right? Is this one-time funding request? Okay, initial funding, but it was one time, okay. Can you come to the podium and specify?
Yes, this should be the one time for our initial fundraising. And it would be more like a loan because, after we do the fundraising and we receive the donation, it will come right back to Westminster community and support the state parades and other community event.
And I know that it's spelled out in the staff report for the thing that you want to, for the funding that you request for the website branding, marketing, software purchases, and help to provide resources necessary to help them, to help you guys organize the first fundraising event. Is that
Yes.
the main objective or
Yes.
anything else that you want to?
Yes, for our initial cost for the fundraising, after this, after exploring our option with many restaurant and location and even the date, initially we want to do the fundraising sometime in November or December, but then because we don't have the deposit of 15,000, the date are now all gone. So we actually have to postpone it until the first week of, the first Sunday of January 2024. And the 15,000 deposit is a must because right now we don't have it. And so in order to make money, we will have to get some money, you know, to do that. And all the board members are actually volunteer, offering their time and effort to help the community. For the initial 1,000 that deposit into the checking account, it came from our treasurer, you know, and we are not able to upfront the money on our own fund. So that's why we're asking the City Council for help. And also to maximize the exposure of our foundation, we would need some fund to create our website, an e-commerce website that should cost us about, you know, $7,500 to $10,000 for the initial cost.
Wow. The website?
And then also for the fundraising event, we will have to go through printing the brochure, banner, ticket, raffle ticket, and you know, and those are the initial costs for the at least one first fundraising event.
Okay, I also see that Julie Depp is also a board member and VP. Would you please, do you have anything to say?
Yeah.
Well, Honorable Mayor, City Council, and staff and residents of Westminster, it's an honor to be part of this foundation. As you can see, we've done a lot of research and making sure that we're respectful of the funds that the city can provide to support us. As you know, within the Vietnamese community and in the community, that next year will mark the 49th year of Vietnamese American journey to becoming, you know, American citizens. The initial funds that we're asking is to not just a cost from the city, but it's an investment for us to give back and to fundraise and to produce additional revenue to support the city. As we work on our committee, definitely is very proactive. You have to understand that this is something that is very given to us on a very short notice, and the TED Parade is in a matter of months. And so in order for us to be successful, we want to make sure that the time is not focused on, you know, raising startup funds, but really to make sure that our time and our focus is to make sure that we raise funds for the city. All of us, as you can hear, are volunteers here. Most of us are community leaders, and we have our own foundations to run. So we are giving our time, our valuable time, to the city. within the last only three board meetings, we've accomplished so much. This is a very proactive board. Our first meeting was towards the end of July. Our second meeting was the end of August. And we just had a third meeting at the end of September. And I just want to let you know that our first meeting was focused on our bylaws. The second one was doing applications. We started our bank accounts, completed so many forms. And by the third, we've already created so many committees that not just within our boards, but recruiting citizens and residents of the city of Westminster to support us. So we just want to make sure that the board understands that our focus is not to take from the city funds, but not only just a focus on Asian Americans that represent 40% of the city, but to make sure that this foundation serves all residents of the city. That includes our children, our veterans. Within our theme for next year is about unity, it's about inclusion. And one of the suggestions that I made is that on the 50th anniversary of the Fall of Saigon, that our theme can be a welcome home for our Vietnam veterans who never had that formal welcome home and appreciation. So I asked the support of the City Council to make sure you understand that all of us need the funds to make sure that's a really good return on investment. On our 1023 form, we have an ambitious goal of bringing back $70,000, with the following year to bring in at least $105,000, and the additional year to bring $130,000. So this is a very strong return on your investment. If we're asking for $20,000 or $25,000, it is not just to say that it's not without the disregards for the city's budget and funding, but it's primarily for the city to recognize that we have been here, meaning the Vietnamese community, the Asian community, for nearly 49, almost 50 years. And this foundation has been long overdue. And if you can help us get that funding, I know City Council Ho, when he mentioned about the website, for example, it might sound like a lot, but if you're looking at it for a community that represents all of us, not just a Tet Parade, meaning our culture, our diversity, our seniors, our veterans, this will make sure that the city of Westminster becomes a global recognition, making sure that on the 50th anniversary, the whole world is watching us. And so I want to make sure that this website represents us as a city, us as a community, and us as united within the city. And most importantly, to make sure we have a welcome home celebration for the Tet Parade within our 50th anniversary, which is the year following. So thank you so much.
I would like to ask both of you to just stay there, because probably Council will have a question for you. At this time, I would like to open up for questions, and starting with, if you don't have anything, then you don't have to, but starting with Councilmember West.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So let me get this straight. I'm hearing everything you're saying. From what I'm hearing is that this money, $20,000 to $25,000, I know it's not much for a large city like us to do a startup. So from what I'm hearing with the $20,000 is that you need $15,000 to put down for a location for fundraising events. And then the rest of the money, between $7,500 to $10,000, is for the website, software purchases, also marketing. Is that correct?
That's correct. If you want an itemized list as far as marketing, we're talking about, if you look at like a convention, the complete marketing package may include tables and signage and canopies, all of those that when we are in the presence of the community and of the world watching, that it becomes an established community, an established organization. Even though we're doing it in such a short period of time, we're trying to make up for 47, 48, 49 years, almost 50 years of legacy and contributions of our Asian American community. But really more importantly is making sure that on our 49th and going on to our 50th anniversary, that everybody is included. And this is an event for all of us within the city, and especially for our veterans. I myself am a refugee. I was born in Vietnam in '76, and I came here in '81. I was a refugee, went to the Philippines, And I am very patriotic. And Christian knows that when I brought that up to say I want to do a welcome home, especially in preparation for our 50th anniversary celebration, I cried and I choked up because I think that's what they deserve. As a speech pathologist, as a medical professional that used to work for the VA hospital, my job was to wake up a veteran from a coma. So my job, and those of all of us who have been impacted by an immigrant experience, owe this to our veterans.
Mrs. Deb,
Thank you.
I want to thank you for that, but just go ahead and answer the questions.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So the next question, confirmation, is now, since you're asking for this amount, are you guys planning to pay it back in a certain amount of time, or is it like more of just a donation from the city?
I think I see it as an investment, and when you say pay it back, whether we give the city the money back or not, none of the funds that we're generating, we're keeping. So regardless, it will go back to the city. So if you want to call it a loan or you want to call it an investment, it still goes back to the city. I think what it is that when you see it as an initial investment within our foundation, we're going to bring back, tenfold in what you're able to contribute.
Okay, so then with the first fundraising, what are you predicting that you will fundraise for the first fundraising?
So the first fundraising, as we were making the reservation over at the Ocean, I think Ocean? Golden Seas, they have the best pricing for us, and so then there would be maximum return on our investment. For example, if the per head charge is $30 and we're bringing in $100. If you look at that, we're looking at inviting the maximum amount that the restaurant can handle, and the capacity is 650 people. We're looking at 65 tables, and as Charlie and everybody knows, I've done this in the past when being part of the tech parade in the different fractions within the Vietnamese community. That the support is very great. And we don't sell individual tickets. We get sponsorship by the table from different organizations, small business and families, and so many supporters. So we're confident that we can maximize the contributions and making sure that this event is not going to be attended by only Vietnamese American, but all residents of Westminster's are going to be there, and making sure that our MC are bilingual. So it's not going to be a Vietnamese only event. It's an event for all of the city to come together and celebrate.
That's good. So what I'm predicting from the number you said, they can host 600 people, and it'll be $30.
650.
650
That's
people, correct. And then $30 per head, right?
Right now, I think it's about 35.
Okay.
As far as that, and then if we're doing about 100, it's a significant contribution as far as the money that's going back to the city.
Okay, so basically about 20,000 from this, about?
That is only for attendance. In addition to that, we also have auctions and donations and there's so many ways to fundraise. That's a minimum fundraising amount that we're going to bring to the city.
Okay, so that's good to know. So basically, say give and take about 20,000 up to say 50,000 max, right, about there?
I will tell you that prior to coming to the city council meeting, I have also took the opportunity to talk to past organizers from both fractions. That means that those that organize in Garden Grove and those who organize in the city of Westminster. And their numbers to me were 50 plus. And 50 to 70,000. So those are some of the information that I got. So I think that's one thing about it is I'm already recruiting committees to participate and to help out in addition to those board members that are here today.
That's good. Now I didn't have a clear answer. Okay.
So the council has nominated 11 members for the WCF, but then so 2 has resigned and 2 is inactive since day one. So basically there was only 7 of us that working on the project here, and I urge the city council assign more a member to help us out with our first event.
You just have the additional one.
Yeah, I mean,
All right,
I applaud Mr.
Back to you, Mom. Thank you.
So Vanessa, would you be able to kind of coordinate with the board member of different volunteers to help with their first fundraising event? Or is it up to the board to gather those members to volunteers?
I think it would be best coming from the foundation. They have those connections. Obviously, staff is here to support, and we'll do what we can to assist, but we would ask that they do their own volunteer recruitment and support of that.
Okay, that's perfect. So one clarification I feel like I didn't get an understanding of yet from you guys. So this, are you asking the city for a donation of $20,000 or $25,000, or you're asking that give you a year to pay this $20,000 back to the general fund?
Regarding to this initial funding from the city, as I understand, the money that we got from the fundraising will help the city to do the state parades coming up. So basically, it come back to the city one way or another. So either you can call that a payback, but it would definitely go back to the city. Instead of using the city-owned money to do the state parades, we will help out with that. And Ms. Vanessa Johnson here provide us the last year total. So the city actually have to out of pocket over $100,000. So with our nonprofit organization, we are hoping to get more donation because the donor will be more generous once we are nonprofit. So they can do all the tax write-off, so definitely that they will donate more.
Right, so now how's that process with getting the IRS and your nonprofit ID? Is that already done?
The application is now complete, and we were actually in the process of filing it this week. But because that process, actually the IRS is taking a long time to process them, we're looking into doing a special expedited application. And part of that requires that we show that there are certain donors that will not give if they don't get the 501c3. If we can get the expedited application, we might be able to get this process very quickly. So that was something that the board and I were discussing even today, trying to get the names of a couple significant donors. The more significant, the more urgent the IRS is likely to look at it. So we're trying to get it in place. I would just add one other thing too, and that is that in the effort to get started for the TET parade, they're also going to have to take a portion of those funds to do the next event. So it's we kind of have to take a longer view at that. That a portion of the funds they raise for this event, they're going to have to set aside for the next one. So it's going to kind of build, hopefully. And that's how we've presented it in the 1023 application to the IRS, that it will build. So.
Right. Well, I've been talking to a couple business owners in the city and outside of the city regarding making a donation to the foundation to help with the TED Parade, especially a lot of Vietnamese American business owners. They're ready to give that check between $1,000 to $2,000, but they're asking me for that ID, you know what I mean? So they can have a tax write-off. So if we can speedilize that, I think that's great. And I'm happy that this nonprofit organization is separate from the city council, but it's independent to get funding for the city and the well-being of the city. I'm very excited about that. But I think it's important.
Councilmember West, can I ask if you can hold off on that so that we can go around and then we come back to you?
Yeah, not a problem.
Councilmember Manso.
Thank you, Mayor. Those are all good questions from Councilmember West. Yeah, thank you for clarifying some of that. Question, I know in the past when the city was trying to raise some sponsorships for the past TED parade. I mean, that was one of the reasons that the ideas that this came about was for the community foundation. So, because the conversation was that a lot of these businesses were reluctant to donate because they couldn't use it as a tax write-off, and if they were to use that, they were willing to donate more. So, I mean, my question is, instead of having this big giant gala event that's going to cost the foundation, thousands of dollars to put together, and it hopes to get a return back, and then like the city attorney just mentioned, then you had to take some of those funds, set them aside for another big event that's going to cost money to put together. What other ideas has the community foundation gone through? Other ideas of just calling businesses like the ones that were contacted previously for the TED parade and just ask for a donation instead of putting together this really expensive event? Is there other ideas to raise money and it's not going to cost thousands of dollars to put something together?
Doing this event definitely will guarantee that we can fundraise significant amount of money. I think what is the positive thing about it is that as I speak to past organizers from the different groups that had organized, that we will be the only TED parade next year. And I think what we can do is also getting more donors from both of those organizations. They were also generous enough to say, depends if it's a more collaborative effort, they would share those lists of sponsorships and support. I think that's an important thing to keep in mind is that, if there is only one TED parade, the whole community is coming together to donate to this one foundation. And because, Christian is able to help us out to make sure that we can try to at least to make an attempt to expedite this. One thing you have to know is that those who contribute this year and donate this year, even though we don't have the clear 501c3 clearance right away, the application is retro. Meaning if they donate after that date, by the time they file taxes, it will be tax deductible. Again, obviously we cannot guarantee that, but we know that for the intended purpose of what we are doing, we don't foresee it being denied at any point. The other aspect is that I did message and communicate with Christian today that, as far as what we want to do to expedite the process is that I already have four companies that we've identified. The first one is, as you know, Dr. Michael Dow in the past generously always gives $20,000. So I think I called him his representative. I've already reached out to Bank of America. I know the representative I reached out before, as well as Nils Logic, and also which is a tech company that helps out with seniors and technology access, smart homes, and in addition to that, with Pachanga. So I'm already making those many calls in just one day's notice from Christian.
So since those folks you just mentioned are willing to donate to the foundation, can those funds be used to put together the gala event you're proposing?
What we want to make sure is that the initial fund is a one-time, as Terry said, is this a one-time ask? It's only a one-time ask. But it's a one-time ask not for just this year, but in long-term to make sure that this foundation is viable. Because if we have to return that fund right away, we don't have the money to do it next year and the year after. So I think that's one thing we want to make sure you understand for us. Our request is to make sure that we can continue to make this foundation successful and to be successful not just for 1 year, but in the long term. We want to make sure that Westminster becomes a destination.
Yeah.
Yes, can I
Go ahead.
jump in
Go ahead.
for a minute? I just want to respond to the question that you have. Based on the last year or several years of the past, and as a member of the ad hoc committee for the last year event, I know that several organizations, they raise funds based on getting community to contribute, like the gala event that they're talking about. For the organization, the community organization before, they raise funds through that venue. At the same time, last year, we lost a big donor just because we don't have the nonprofit organization. we had a big donor, over $20,000. And, you know, when they were initially want to give it to us, but then when they request for the nonprofit organization, the ID, and we don't have the nonprofit organization, and they totally come out and reject it. Of course, when they give the money, they want to be tax deductible, and that's the problem that we had. And that's one of the bank, not the bank that you are talking about, but there's one of the bank. And I know that that's how we are, when you say that beside the event that they're going to put up, I'm sure that they're going to go to different sponsor. They will go to after different sponsor for that. Now, to answer your question, if we take their money and run for this gala event, I don't think we can. Our own organization here, we can't even initial the money. How can we expect the other people to put in the money so that we can take that money and run and organize the event? We should be the first one to put out to fund the initial so that they can do their job. Once they know that there is an event going on, and that's when they jump in and donate. Back to you.
May I add a little quickly?
Go ahead.
All of us who are on the board, we're not just coming with our expertise, we're also coming with our roster. And I think that's one thing about it is I want to make sure that you understand that we're giving the city our personal context and our support. So I think that's one thing I want to make sure you understand, that this initial funds will allow us to use this as a platform to get more sponsorship and increasing the sponsorship that you've had in the past. So that is our goal.
Yes, no, I understand that, but it just to me, I'm trying to understand how if we have a list of folks that were willing to donate based on now having a 501c3 in hand, that those funds, it adds up to, I see some of the numbers were just mentioned, more than enough to pay for this gala that was trying to put together. Those funds can be used for that event, and then it'll grow from there. That's the question: is can those funds, instead of having a, yes, go ahead.
From what I'm hearing, like with the bank, they're not willing to give until you get the 501c3.
And we don't have it ready yet.
So they won't give it, and I think that's the issue. You could potentially get it, and it will be retroactive once we get it, but there's that need to get the IRS to affirm that this is a 501c3.
And you think that's going to take longer than November?
If we follow the normal process, it will take 9 to 10 months is what I'm hearing right now. So that's why there's an urgent need to seek an expedited
9 to
application.
10 months, so then how would they be able to use it? There's no,
Well,
don't people have till April? If they give between, by April of next year, they can go towards 23?
so the way it works is once they grant the 1020, or the 501c3 status, it will be retroactive all the way back to when this was formed in April, May of this year. So anything that was given between now and then, but right now, when we go to people to ask them to donate, we can't guarantee them that it's tax deductible until we get it. We can just say, we're applying, we're assured that this is something that should be granted. So there's a bit of hesitancy there. And so what I'm saying is that what I'd like to do is file an expedited application. I would really love the information about the one bank at issue, because a $20,000 donation that isn't going to happen until we get it is great information to present to the IRS and say, hey, we're not going to get this unless you give us an expedited application, which will speed up their review of it. And it's quite possible we could get it, much, much quicker.
So, but this event's going to take place before the 9 to 10 months you're speaking about.
Correct.
So, so those folks who will be coming to this gala are in the same boat. They're still going to be on the unknown, correct?
I can't say when the IRS would review it, but it's quite possible they would review it very quickly.
So the folks who, if folks were to purchase a table or something, they're not guaranteed that they'll be able to use that as a write-off.
I think for what you're talking about is that when we're looking at the gala, that's different than getting sponsorship. So I think what we have within the Vietnamese community and the Asian community is that we have dedicated people who would already give without the tax exemption. So we can fill the event that day. So we're confident in that part of it. What we want to push for the expedited part is to get the major sponsors, which are the larger, bigger sponsorship. We're talking about 5, 10, 20,000 sponsorships. And I think that's what we're hoping for, that if you give us that initial seed money, we can still get money before we get the 501c3 to guarantee the bigger donors. But I think this will still allow us to do our major fundraiser, to still let the community know that this event is going to happen, and bring every community out. And I think that's what our hopes and our plans.
No, I totally want, I'm definitely wishful for the success of this foundation, for not just immediate, but in the future. It's just at the same time, we have to look at, our city is not doing very well financially, and every dollar counts, and it's just, we had to at some point or another, we got to start watching what the money that goes out. So it's just, my concern is is this the best way to raise funds, doing a big expensive gala? Is this the best way to get the most bang for your buck, or can we find other events, other sources to raise money, other events?
That's the best. This is the best way our foundation has plans to raise funds. As far as alternative fundraising activities, it wouldn't raise as much, and it would be not as fruitful. Okay. We want to maximize our time and our investment.
All right, thank you.
All right, next, Councilmember Ho, you have any questions for her?
Okay, I think I just need the questions answered so that we can allow time for others to ask. From what I have to say are comments. So number one, I want to start out by saying that I do agree with the $20,000 or $25,000 startup request. It's just from a business standpoint, okay? Because I'm a business person, so from a business standpoint, I understand that there's should be some seed money, and if you put everything in perspective and figure how much, what the your endeavor or our endeavor is, and put a size to that, it's huge, and so that's a big endeavor for a small amount of money. So that's just kind of putting everything in perspective. And so while I may agree with your request of 20 to 25,000, I want to protect the people's money because it isn't our money. If it were my company, I'd say, yeah, I understand, and sure. So I hope you understand that it is the people's money, so we're just the guardian of that money, the tax dollars. So I just want to say some of the things that I was a bit shocked about, and you mentioned that, and then I want to talk about the Councilman Manzo's comments regarding the fundraising event that you mentioned. You need to put down $15,000. So two numbers that really shocked me: the $15,000 and the $7,500 to $10,000 website. Okay, so let me just kind of roughly do the math, and if you don't agree with me, it's okay. I just want to bring it up because I've done events like that, and so you mentioned a price per ticket is $35. You mentioned a number of 650 people that you would invite, and so I would say if this Golden Sea is the restaurant, I kind of know their pricing as well, but let's say if you are to gain like a profit, or you net profit of $10, 650 guests would give you $6,500. So I don't see the math to add.
The ticket will be sold for 100 each.
No, but
And
you
our
mentioned
cost
earlier
is-
30.
Our cost is 35.
The cost is $35.
Yes.
Okay, got it. I thought I misunderstood then. So, all right, that sounds better. Okay, So, and then the other point, so that's really good. Thank you for correcting that. And so the other thing that I want to concur on is that sometimes a big fundraiser, and also to answer Councilman Manzo's comment or question regarding the sit-down dinner, Councilmember, I was thinking, yeah, if you were to have one event, and that could be considered like a rally, could be considered as a fun event, fundraising event, then I understand. But sometimes that's the most expensive way to fundraise, because I've been there, done that. I've done a few ways, picking up the phone, calling, and you've done that, I heard. So continue to call and call and call, because I know that corporations, while they may sponsor an event, they may not buy a ticket to come to such event. So, and include, the Vietnamese corporations as well. So I think that that is the more expensive way to raise funds. But, if you were to have one, I would consider that, okay, fundraising slash, like, what did I call it? What did I say? It was like a, yeah, no, I said it's
Like
more
a phone
like
banking?
no, what did I call it? It's the fundraising slash, like a, getting people excited, like a rally. Yeah, like a rally for something like that. Thank you. I mentioned that earlier, and then you guys making me nervous. So then, so those are comments and question, and I'm glad you clarified. Now it comes to the website. It did shock me. I was sticker shocked. $7,500 to $10,000. Are you really serious that is the cost or the estimate?
We definitely know that there are a lot of volunteers out there in the community that can do a website. But I think, in preparation for the bigger event that comes in the 50th anniversary, we want to make sure that when we do start our website, to make sure we put our best foot forward. When we're looking at it, we're looking at not just a regular informational website, which is very insignificant. We're looking at more of an e-commerce. That when I have a lot of figures and numbers here, but if you look at the viewerships of people globally that watches the parade, we're looking at in the millions. And as far as media that comes, I think like for Formosa, for example, has 41,000 just only by themselves. And with Little Saigon Television, that reaches even up to 250,000 households. So we know that the numbers are there. We're looking at more about making sure that the fundraising effort is not just limited to the gala, but is to merchandise and to selling so many things online. We don't feel that at this point that past organizers capitalize on the numbers and the reach that we have globally. So that's what we're hoping for, to have an e-commerce website to raise additional funds.
An e-commerce website, if you were to tell me that sticker price, maybe 5 years ago, 10 years ago, I'd say, yeah, but today, I think it's much less. And so I've built, and our company has, had to have websites built, a few now. So I would say I was a bit sticker shocked, but if you tell me that, it's got all the bells and whistles and whatnot, but e-commerce is nothing new. So I understand. So I was just a bit shocked on that, but I'll let you, just kind of, it's okay. I'm just saying, because you made a comment that I was shocked, and I just want to let you know that I am. And because having done a lot of websites and having paid, I think initially, maybe about 20 years ago, a website was like $80,000 I was quoted, and I said, no way, but that was back then. And then slowly, the prices really came down, and I'm not talking about getting volunteers. I never got volunteers to go design a website for myself. But anyway, I'll go on to the next point, is The other thing I was a bit shocked was that 15,000 to down for a fundraiser. I'm like thinking, you know, usually you just book, because I know Golden Seas, you book, and then you kind of have to know that how many you're selling, and you don't have to down anything. If you have a relationship, you down zero, you down nothing. So if you don't have a relationship, you got to get someone from your board who has a relationship, and then you just let them know. And then they'll give you some lead time, and if you, let them know ahead of time, like 2 weeks, that you have less than the amount of tables you expect, and that you've sold less than you've reserved, then they're not going to make you pay for what you reserve, and so you won't lose any money. So I just want to comment on that. And the next comment is that from the board, I hope you have a marketer, because marketing is something that is not, I know everybody thinks they can do marketing, but it is very, very complicated. And, I think a savvy marketer will probably be a good guide for your group. I was thinking about like contracting a firm to do marketing, like, everything that you're not able to do, think about that. And then these are just maybe suggestions. And then, if you have a marketer, great, you can tap on that person and the knowledge of that person. But if you don't, I would say don't hesitate to reach out, find somebody who may be able to donate some of their time and guide you and help you design logos and whatnot. And there's a lot. So I'm saying that, I know you want to reach for the stars. I know you have very big goals, and I'm there with you. And I hope we reach, and so when I say we, it's, your success is our success. I understand that. So just don't hesitate to reach outside of your circle, outside of your boards, for people who may be, give you something in exchange for their time. Maybe like a banner or some recognition or something, So, but I do think it's important to get a professional to help. I think that's all I have to say. Thank you for being a part of this. Actually, I kind of feel bad that you're up there explaining yourself too much. I understand, but I just want to let you know that we're on your side. And I do think 25,000 a startup. If we hadn't started thinking about doing this, then we say, hey, don't spend any money. But if we already approved and we've got this far, and then we've got coming up, that's within oh my gosh, it's around the corner already. So I think 20,000 to 25,000 is a must. And here's the thing, is that if you were successful, then we continue. Then we would consider that that's our success, your success, and everybody's successful, then, we'll continue the following year. If not, there will be a change. It's just because we have to be responsible with the people's money. So I do wish you a lot of success. And, like I said, I think it's a huge task. And I thank you for volunteering your time. And I know that you guys are professionals, and I'm so glad to see some of the faces I see, including you. I may not know you, but I know Ms. Bong, and I know a lot of others on the board. And so thank you, and thank you for volunteering.
Thank you, Councilmember Ho. Next is Vice Mayor Nguyen.
All right. I almost fell asleep here. Okay. First of all, to be honest, when I look at the figure, the number that you ask, it's not a big number, but I told myself $20,000 or $25,000 for websites or e-commerce is a lot of money, but to sit in here and listen to all the very details that you guys just present. I think the asking number is completely, that's the right number to, I completely agree with that number. And because you all volunteer to do the job, and you all have my appreciation. Volunteer to just put your free time or your time for the community is, I think not a lot of people can do that. So I just want to say thank you for all the work that you do. And I think the number is right. I'm going to approve that. Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to approve that number.
That would approve that number, $25,000?
$25,000.
Okay, I second it. But before we move on, it's my turn. It's my turn to speak. First of all, I'm glad that our council members, we all have a chance to ask in details so that the board members can present us with their plans and what they intend to do. Really, my hat off to the board members for, just only 3 meetings, and you guys have done a lot of work. And because of your concern that the Tit Parade is coming up, and you are trying to do what you can to get the gala going. And if I am not mistaken, I heard earlier that you missed the date just because you don't have the deposit. And so, now you are trying to see if the first week of January can work for us. And if you don't have the seed money, then basically you are not doing anything. And if we are not doing anything, we just go back to what we were like last year. So it's all on your shoulders to do fundraising and whatever that you can in order to run the Tit Parade. So I feel for the staff, and I appreciate of what you do. I understand that the money that you're asking for the deposit, my understanding is right now it's very difficult to book the restaurant, especially with holidays coming up. And without the deposit, I don't think that they are going to take it, literally. And so I understand where you're coming from for the initial startup, and also I just want to remind our council that this money is going to the foundation account. It's CD money. It's basically that you put it there, you take it out, and their effort is to help us to raise more money so that we can have the money to fund the Tit Parade. That is the main goal. If I'm wrong, let me know about it. But that's the main goal. So I think it's very important for us to fund the organization so that they can go ahead and get the ball rolling. I also understand that, beside the deposit, beside the website, beside all the things that you do, you still have to do the flyers. You still have to do, I've been there than that. I've been doing a lot of fundraising event. I know that, it's not getting 650 people is a challenge. And if you need to overcome that challenge, you have to do a lot of work. Which is, you have to do the flyers, you have to go on air and talk to people, you have to get people buy into what you want to do here for the city. So I understand there's a lot of work there. So that's the reason why I think, number one, I'm together with the council and city staff. We appreciate what you do, and I hope that the all council member here tonight going to approve the project that you're asking, the amount that you're asking, and I believe that Vice Mayor Nguyen already make a motion for that. I am second for the motion.
Can I make a clarification?
Go ahead.
Okay.
The initial seed money is to make sure that we focus on having a successful first fundraiser for the TED Parade, but the purpose of the foundation itself is to serve other and create more programs and services, or support more program services and events throughout the community. So we just want to make sure you understand that the seed money is not only for the TED Parade. It's to make sure we support senior programs and other programs throughout the community that the city has already been providing.
But I think your immediate action right now is for the parade.
Correct. That's for the immediate action.
Okay.
Yeah,
Councilmember Mesa.
yeah, thank you, Mayor. Ms. Julie, has there been conversation in your initial meetings about such other events that you just spoke about that, for seniors, children, has that conversation happened?
Yes, I know that we, in October, I think it's for the Halloween Spectacular event, or Spooktacular event, we're going to be making sure that we showcase that and be visible in the community. That'll be our initial. We also had discussions during our board meeting to even do fundraiser for our veterans, but I think with just the timeline and the amount of what we have to do for the TED Parade, we are not able to do it right away, but those have been all discussions that we have been talking about. So those are the two immediate. We want to do one every month, but I think that's one thing about it is we have to really prioritize on how do we maximize our contributions and to bring more funds to the city.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, thank you very much. If we don't have
I have last
Okay.
comment. So I really appreciate all you guys' time to volunteer to be on this board, to make sure that we have the funding to support activities and event within the city of Westminster and the well-being of the city of Westminster. I appreciate that, all you guys' hard work and volunteer. Just know that, like Councilwoman Ho mentioned, that we are on your guys' side. We just want to ask all of this question to make sure we vet everything as, we are, taking care of the taxpayers' money. Now, like I mentioned earlier, 20,000, 25,000 is nothing for this large city of over 100,000 people. With the taxes that's coming into the city, it's not a big deal. We just want to make sure that this, when you target the first fundraising event, that we make sure that we get, money coming in instead of losing money. So from what you're saying, $100 per head, 650 people, that's almost $65,000 right there, and that is a profit. So with, Vice Mayor and myself, as we create this, foundation to get it started, we are so happy that you guys are working really hard to make sure the ball is rolling. And I actually agree with Vice Mayor that this is a great start for you guys to get the foundation going. And I cannot wait for the 501c3 to start, because my donors are ready to donate, but they want that. So I'm looking forward to that.
Well, again, I want to say the final. I'm glad that the council made decision to establish the nonprofit organization, and I'm glad that we get it moving, and we are now ready to approve. So again, thank you very much. We have the motion and second on the floor. Please call vote.
I have a motion made by Vice Mayor Nguyen, a second by Mayor Nguyen. This is to fund, to approve a fund allocation of $25,000 from the general fund reserves to community promotions, special department expense for startup funds from the City of Westminster to the Westminster Community Foundation. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Can you come back to me? I'm not sure.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
I just want to make it clear, I'm really reluctant to vote in favor of, expending taxpayers' money, because just as our community really well knows our financial situation. I wasn't, when this came about, I was under the impression that, that we'll be fundraising and other types of events, not spending, coming to the council for this kind of money to expend thousands of dollars and try to get some of that back. I understand it's for the community, and it's somehow way it's going to come back to the community, be it through the participation of the TED Parade, through the events for our seniors, for our children. I'm just really hopeful that, and I pray that that does happen, that this community foundation really focuses on that and make sure that we do give back and make sure that that comes back to the community, and it's not going to be just for the TED Parade. I know the TED Parade is for the community, but our community has other needs as well. We have a very large senior population here in our city. We have children we have very limited programs for them as far as our after school. We have our shoe program, but we can use more. We have more need. We have need for them summer programs as well. So I want this foundation to succeed and make sure that that happens, that it's not just for the TED Parade, because we have so many needs in our community. And I just hope that I do appreciate all your volunteerism, all your hard work that you guys put in so far in such a limited amount of time that you've been able. You haven't even had a full foundation yet. Except for 11, you haven't had 11. So I'm really hopeful that happens and the community succeeds and you're benefited all your hard work. So I'm going to vote yes on this one.
And Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
5-0, motion carried.
All right, thank you very much. Congratulations to you. And don't hesitate to reach out, any one of us if there is any question, and especially from city staff. They have experience last year already. They can always assist you on that. Thank you. Next item is the 5.3, presentation by Alta Planning and Design, Inc. for Safe Route to School update. Please, thank you. Sorry to make you wait until now.
Not a problem. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, members of the public. Tonight we do have a presentation for you on safe routes to school. And first, before I get started, I'd like to introduce our planning consultant from Alta Planning. Her name is Kristen Huckham, who's here with us. I'll get started on the presentation at this point. So this is an update on our Safe Routes to School efforts that the city launched earlier this year. Just a little bit of project overview. The City of Westminster was awarded a grant by Caltrans. I'm very proud of the fact that this is the only grant awarded to any city in California to do a citywide implementation. And some of our neighboring cities have been successful in grants efforts in the past, but they've been phased approaches that have taken quite some time to complete. So we are tackling the entire city of Westminster with one grant award. The goal is to implement recommendations to create safer and more comfortable walking options for our students, families, and residents. This is important. The Safe Routes to School plan development process includes engagement with schools and members of the public for all 21 public schools in the city of Westminster. The Safe Routes to School plan has the potential, and I don't use the word guarantee, but I will use it tonight, will guarantee that millions of dollars worth of funding will come to the city of Westminster for education, outreach, and most importantly, or equally as important, infrastructure improvements to the community, focusing specifically on our children. This is really a milestone moment for the city. I can tell you that we have never taken on such an effort in the city's history, where we are putting so much money and time into focusing on safety for students, safety for children, specifically around schools and our communities. So this is a really important moment for the city. And some of the things you're going to see during the course of the presentation in the form of themes is transparency. This is a feel-good project because we're going out there and meeting people, but it's also data-driven, and that's something that's very important to our city manager, chief of police, and to staff members, is that we not only focus on the things we're doing right or that we've done right in the past, but also focus on the things that need major improvements. So transparency is very important. Data-driven so that we can make informed decisions, and then my big favorite word, I guess kind of the key to success every time I talk to my kids or to anybody who asks me for my advice is collaboration, because collaboration is the only way to really get ahead as a community or as a society. This is a little bit of an overview on project funding. We always talk about city matches and grants. The flyers always look sexy. They say, you know, millions and millions awarded. Makes us feel like a Brinks truck is going to show up with $1 million to City Hall. Doesn't quite work that way. These are competitive grants, so we're applying and competing with every other city, nonprofit, school district in the state of California. And there's usually a match requirement, which means that the city never really gets 100% of the funding, but you have to contribute a certain amount. In this particular award, the award came from the Sustainable Transportation Planning Grant that was funded through Caltrans. I applied twice for this grant and didn't get it, so third time was the charm. We put a lot of effort into understanding what we didn't do right on the first two efforts. And again, I think the thing that got us over the hump was collaboration. We were able to really get out there and create a vision and sell this vision, communicate this vision to Caltrans. So the grant award is $469,000. That came from Caltrans. The city matches 14% of the total, which is $76,500. So keep that in mind when we talk about deficits, when we talk about being in the right place financially as a city. Anything we do moving forward, whether it's participating in Measure M grant funds or any other type of grant funds, we need to bring money and staff to the table, or else we just won't get this money from the state. And how that grant translates to an actual project award is, you know, through the grant process, you apply, 6 months later they tell you you got it. 6 months after that, you're able to hire a consultant. We went out and put an RFP out, and we received a lot of interest from the professionals in the industry, and we selected Alta Planning and Design. And their contract is for $468,860. And again, there's that split, the 86-14 split. The grant covers about $400,000, and the city match is $65,000. So there's money on the table, and this is where we're really good about utilizing our expertise in grant funding. Since we were able to retain Alta for less than the amount that we got from Caltrans, that leaves $76,640 on the table. We're able to take that money and essentially cover all of our staff hours and get compensated. So we don't leave any money on the table. The rest of that money comes to pay all our staff efforts. So that is long-winded, but hopefully very informative explanation on project funding. And I will go briefly over our project team before I turn the presentation over to Kristen. Very proud of the collaboration that's gone into this effort. First and foremost, Public Works Department, the Traffic Engineering Division, the Police Traffic Bureau. I've been here for 19 years, and they've always supported every single initiative that's come out of City Hall involving public safety, and it's only gotten better with the arrival of our Chief of Police, Darren Linier. Community Services Recreation Department, they oversee our crossing guards. Vanessa and her team has been a part of this from the very beginning, and they're present at all of our outreach efforts. Again, very collaborative effort. In the past, it was one division getting a grant and kind of letting everybody know later instead of sooner. So this time, the way we do things is we all work as a team moving things forward. School district representatives are a part of our project team. And then, of course, our Safe Routes to School planning and engineering consultants. The Alta team comes with sub-consultants in the form of Mark Thomas, who actually designed and helped us implement our bikeway projects that we received accolades for today. Farron Pierce, who have been with us the entire time, going back to our general plan update. And then we also made sure that we had another interpreter services to provide Spanish and Vietnamese interpretation as we were out in the field. At this point, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Kristen, who's going to walk us through some of the methodologies and let the council know where we are today.
Thanks, Adolfo. I want to take a moment, though, before I proceed with the presentation to just acknowledge the wonderful staff you have here at the City of Westminster from traffic engineering to community services, and of course, Westminster PD and you all, council members. I've been so impressed by the commitment and dedication you all have had to the safety of students getting to and from school, so thank you for that. Adolfo mentioned it's a big project. It's 21 schools throughout the city of Westminster. It's covering 4 school districts, the first of which is Westminster School District, where you have 12 schools, 10 elementary schools, and 2 middle schools. Then over to Garden Grove, where we've got 4 elementary schools, 1 middle school, and 1 high school. Next slide, please. Then Ocean View School District with 2 elementary schools, and Huntington Beach with 1 high school. So you can see there's a lot of partners that, as Adolfo mentioned, which takes a lot of coordination, but it's been really fun to work with these dedicated members of your community. Next slide, please. Again, Adolfo mentioned some of our partners, but really because we're talking about students, it's important that we engage with a breadth of stakeholders, from police to family resources, all of the school districts, which again, I'll say have been wonderful partners in this work, parent-teacher organizations, the Westminster students themselves. We've been partnering with the OCTA. They've been on our advisory committee, as well as the healthcare agency. The County Public Works Department as well has been participating in some of this work, and Orange County Fire Authority, as well as, of course, our funders, Caltrans. Next slide, please. So the biggest part, I would say, of the outreach effort is working with each of the schools to schedule walk audits. So far, we've completed 15 walk audits at the 20 of the 21 schools. We've done 15 with 6 pending. And during the walk audits, it's really my goal as a project team to make sure we're listening to our participants, hearing their concerns. Some of these concerns, you can tell they're emotional because they actually are afraid at times for their children's safety. So it's listening to that and documenting traffic concerns, other concerns that they might have, listening and also listening to their ideas about what would make them want to walk or bike to school with their students. And all of this information feeds into our final plan, which I'll discuss a little bit more in a bit. Next, please. I think many of you might remember our wonderful kickoff event back in April at Finley Elementary School. My daughter's name is Finley, so I was especially excited about this event. It was the best Safe Routes to School program kickoff I've ever participated in, so I thank you to Adolfo and his team for putting it off, and Community Services, of course, for helping to put this on. It was really, really great. And as a part of that kickoff, next slide, please, we did celebrate this wonderful logo, but we had an opportunity to conduct that walk audit. And again, it was an opportunity to listen to Finley Elementary School stakeholders. What are their traffic safety concerns? What are they looking for to improve walking and biking safety to their school? Next slide, please. We had your very own assistant city manager out, Adolfo Zeta, working with us to talk with residents, parents, caregivers about their safety concerns at Freiburger. And then we got to see some fun stuff that's already happening at schools in your city. Student volunteers were helping during drop-off at Hayden Elementary. So this is an opportunity for student leaders to help get kids out of the cars safely. Next slide, please. And at Sequoia Academy, as well as Johnson Middle School, you'll see the numbers here. We've got school district, PD, our principals, community services, of course, our engineering staff, traffic engineering staff, listening to the concerns of stakeholders. Next slide, please. And we've also been at some of the fun events you've hosted. So there was community outreach, pedestrian safety education that happened at Safety Day, and then, of course, Walk to School Day. We will be at Trunk or Treat on October 27th to remind the community that we're here. We're doing the Safe Routes to School plan, but also remind them that walking and biking to school is a fun way to get to and from school. Next slide, please. So what are some of the next steps? So this is just an update, but we have lots of great stuff coming. The project will be completed in February of 2024. We're going to complete the final remaining walk audits at the schools. But as a part of the bigger project, the plan that you will receive a chance to look at in February, we're looking for ways to increase educational opportunities, get kids excited about walking and biking to school, but also knowing how to do safely. I'll show you in a minute the Safe Routes to School maps that we were creating as part of the project too. And then I will echo Adolfo, maybe we can't promise it, but I feel very confident that we will be able to, this work will turn into millions of dollars in infrastructure and educational opportunities for your city. We've been successful in helping cities do that, and I have no doubt that that will happen for your city, so I'm really excited about that. Next slide, please. Just a quick look preview of the suggested route maps. These are intended to show families that walking is actually feasible. They're shown how long it might take to get to the school from their neighborhoods. It also helps channelize walking so that there's more people using specific routes, which improves safety. Next slide. Another example of a suggested route map, and then the final slide I wanted to share with you is this is the vision. So each of these schools, each of your schools is going to get a concept plan, and what that means is we're going to come up with recommendations that will actually help improve the roadway safety and walkability around schools, and those are based in real numbers, data that can then be turned into grant applications, receive future funding. And that is all. Happy to take questions you might have.
All right, thank you very much. There's no doubt that safe route to school is number one priority for all of us. We want to make sure that we have safe route for our kids to walk to school, to go to school. And I know that you guys been working really hard. Thank you to those involved in the projects, especially our staff, Assistant City Manager Adolfo Arzita. I know that they've been working on that. Congratulations to the City of Westminster receiving this award. And I know that you can continue to work on this to make sure that we receive the money in our hands and implement those that you want to do. So again, thank you very much. Some of the questions that I have, you already presented in your presentation, so I don't have any other question. So I want to go ahead and open up for our council members. Councilmember West, do you have anything?
No, I think it's great. I did sit down with Adolfo earlier this week and to do the breakdown, but I guess you show on the slide the breakdown. That's perfect. That's good. Thank you.
Councilmember Meza.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question, we did an audit for the Finley Johnson schools, right? During that audit, was there any findings as far as on those two particular schools? And if there were, what safety issues? Can you share what those were?
Sure. The most, it was no surprise to us, was the intersection of Humboldt and Edwards. That location was grant funded, and we introduced flashing beacons at that location several years ago, because that is the way that, it's kind of the hierarchy of from an engineering perspective. When you don't have your own money to build whatever you want, right? Because everything nice in the city outside of maintenance is done through grant funding. So at the time, we wanted to signal, the state of California supported a flashing beacon installation. We did that, and what we've heard and what we've noticed is that it is time to enhance that and elevate it to a full traffic signal. So that was the biggest comment that we heard, and Kristen's agreeing. That's one of the biggest comments we heard. The other comment, to echo the sentiment of the gentleman who spoke earlier tonight, is the treatment we did on Edwards north of Trask, that we will be having a ribbon cutting for that project in this month, later this month. They would like to see a similar improvement go from Trask all the way to Westminster Boulevard, because the same issues north of Trask are the same issues that they're seeing south. So they expressed an interest in that. Other people, I've heard it from you in the past, the decorative median with decorative fencing along the middle of Edwards. We heard all of that, and what is great now, you have, at the city we have 2 registered traffic engineers, myself and Bill Pham, and then Alta brings their experts and all the other consultants. Now they're going to get together and figure out which of those really is a priority, and they come up with the schematic that helps us obtain the grant funding. But to answer your question, Humboldt signal is something that everyone wants.
Because I've been getting phone calls about, and I've been requested to come out and walk with residents, and is there concerns of the dangers that they're experiencing, that they're concerned about. We just wanted to see if you found some findings as far as safety issues So, yeah, I'm curious to see what those are. And I will go out there. I will go out there with those residents and see for myself what they're speaking about. But thank you for that. And
So, yeah, one of the things I will add to my response that is important is that by all of us being out there at the same time, Vanessa, who oversees the crossing guard program, is able to engage with the crossing guard and have conversations with our own staff member on the spot. Our police officers are out there. So although grant funding and an actual new signal, I hate to say it, might be 4 years away, hopefully sooner, our police being out there, engaging with the teachers, with the principal, they're immediately putting eyes on that corridor, and then they're making an appropriate response that can be, you know, as early as that afternoon, and it stays on their list of hotspots in the city based on this type of engagement. So there's been other immediate benefits in addition to the long-range planning that's going
good that we're being proactive.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Ho.
Yes. Well, I was looking at your slides, and I was thinking, well, I wasn't there. So regrettably, I wasn't there at Fenley Elementary School when you had that event. And then I asked Christine, and she reminded me that, Ms. Corden, our city manager, reminded me that I was at the Public Television Authority board meeting, and which Vice Mayor Nam Quang Nguyen and I are on the board, so only one of us could go. So that looked like a very good event, and I'm very excited. So I'm really looking forward, and of course, I'm always going to be supportive of anything for our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Okay, just want to say thank you for all the hard work that you guys doing.
All right, thank you very much. With that, I move to receive and file.
Second.
Item.
Second.
Yes, second by Councilmember Manson.
I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, second by Councilmember Monzo. Is this to receive and file the presentation? I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for being here and do the presentation. Next is the 7.1, appointment to Parks and Recreation Commission for 2022-2024.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Could I interrupt? I just want to say that I need to excuse myself, if you don't mind, because I have to go and visit someone at the hospital who may not make it overnight. So earlier I did go, and I got kicked out because they had some, things they had to do for the patient. This is in the ICCU. So, and they close to visitors at 9:30.
Yeah, it's
so
important.
may I be excused? Thank you.
Thank you. So 7.1, appointment to Parks and Recreation Commission for 2022 to 2024. Do we have the appointments ready? First, I believe that we all have to appoint someone. So why don't I start with Councilmember West?
Okay, Jose Costello.
Castillo.
Oh, I should ask Councilmember Ho stay here. Otherwise, we have to wait until next time for her. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Menzo?
Thank you, Mayor. Jessica Lostino.
Vice Mayor Nguyen?
Mr. Mayor, for now, I don't have a name for this position, but I will pick one next time then.
Okay, all right. Next, for me, I'd like to appoint Jason Gray. So we have the slate of 3 right now that we can vote on. I move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve for the 3 appointees.
So I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, a second by Councilmember Monto. This is to appoint the following. For mayor, we have Jason Gray. For vice mayor, we will defer to the next meeting. For Councilwoman Fan West, Jose Castillo. For Councilmember Monzo, Jessica Losano. And for Councilmember Ho, we will defer to the next meeting. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. 7.2, consider introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 2.62.050, Commission on Aging Membership of the Westminster Municipal Code.
Motion to approve.
Second it.
I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, a second by Mayor Nguyen. This is to introduce an ordinance number 2608 for first reading entitled An Ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, amending Chapter 2.62.050, Commission on Aging Membership of Title II, Administration and Personnel of the Westminster Municipal Code to update rules governing city commissions. Read by title only and waive further reading. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay, we almost 9, okay? We'll end at 9. Comments from the city council and agency members, including AB 1, 2, 3, 4.
Make it
And
quick.
make it quick, right? Okay, I want to be fair to Vice Mayor Nguyen, so I will start with my Vice Mayor Nguyen this time.
No, thank you, staff. That's it.
All right, that's quick, he wants to get out of here. Councilmember Manzo.
Thank you, Mayor. Just thank you for the staff's hard work, and thank you for the community members who volunteer their time for the foundation. You know, that we want to encourage volunteerism to give back to the community. I hope that that's really successful, and we all, our community, will benefit from it. Thank you to our PD for all your hard work. Thank you guys for the hardest work that I appreciate from the PD is that you sit through the council meetings. That's probably the hardest part of your job. So thank you guys for now. Thank you for the other morning as well. It was really, really interesting to see our troops in action and take all the precautions that they do to make sure that they get the job done in a safe manner, make sure everybody gets home to their families. So thank you for that experience. That was awesome. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember West.
Yes, I do have a lot to report. So thank you, staff, and Westminster PD for amazing coffee meet and greet with the K9. That's amazing. You guys know that you guys are the pillar and strength and courage to our community. So, you know, having that cup of coffee, the community can engage with you guys, get to pet the dogs and see what you guys do. And that personal interaction was phenomenal into the city of Westminster. So thank you for adding that into our city. The other thing I want to say is I went to the League of City. As you know, it is a conference to be able to talk to other elected officials up and down the state of California, locally, state level, as well as, you know, other county level as well. We got to talk about homeless issue, public safety. You know, the concern is homelessness that's been raised by many elected officials locally, and what the state of California is doing to help us alleviate that. But I guess they're saying there's land that they're trying to get to build shelters and build to help the homeless population, but they say they're coming to a crossroad where they can't buy those land because it's so expensive. So I raised a question of, like, the government own about 95%, the Bureau of Management, land management, they own 95% of the land. They can give us 1% of their land and we can take care of the homeless population. So I go, Gavin Newsom is not actually helping us, you know, with the homeless population. And what he's doing is allowing, you know, the homeless to get drugs at any time they want, and then drug abuse, and then mental illness. And so with that incentive, it's not helping with the homeless population. So I addressed that core issue. And of course they say, okay, so what do what is your true question? So I'd say, okay, if we have the land, if they can give us 1% of it, we can take care of it, and the homeless population can help build this, and they can feel proud of building this own community from scratch up. Now, they said, well, yeah, they do have land. We don't know if they can release that for us to take care of the homeless population. So the true question still lies with what is the true cause of homelessness. It is drug abuse and mental illness, and that needs to be addressed in Sacramento and our legislature up in Sacramento, but yet they're not willing to do that. So that's another issue we have to address. Moving forward, the conference was amazing. We get to network with a lot of elected officials up and down the state of California. And the Assembly and State Senate as well, because that's how we're going to leverage what we need to get done in the city locally. So that was phenomenal. Now, the other thing I want to address is, as you know, there is over this weekend, we have realized that Hamas launched an invasion of Israel, killing over 1,000 people in brutal fashion, raping women, decapitating babies, and killing civilians. Black Lives Matters came out and endorsed these acts of terrorism, and it's unacceptable. This is sickening, and this should be condemned. And especially, we want peace in the Middle East, and killing each other and decapitating babies is not what we want as a humane society. So I think, it is important to condemn those kind of action, and we should condemn it. What's happening over there. It's unfortunate. But what about it happening here in America with the southern border? I mean, people are coming in 221,000 a day. I mean, they're unvetted. We don't know who they are, terrorists or whatnot. So for us, we know it's going to happen here if we don't take action. So I think it's important for us to condemn any bad behavior like killing, raping women. As a woman in this city, I uphold women highly. We should be respecting and honoring women. And for them, anyone to rape a woman is unacceptable and not under a watch. And for anyone who approve of raping women should take a second look. But I think all of us as human, and we all bleed red, we have daughters, we have wives, we have mothers in the city here, so we will continue to protect them, the vulnerable, the children, and the women, and that's what we will continue to do in the city of Westminster here. Thank you so much.
Vice Mayor Nguyen, I know that you want to keep it short, but I believe that the law requires us to report on our trip to this
conference.
He did? He did last time? Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't know that you did it last time. So it's my turn. First of all, I want to welcome aboard our new West member, and to put a little pressure on you. We are expecting a lot from you in the next coming days. So welcome aboard, but at the same time, trying to pressure you a little. Second, like I mentioned earlier, I appreciate so much that our police chief and our police officers have done a great job in the last years or so, even though their hands are tight and they have short manpower. However, I know that they step up and do a lot of them, take care of a lot of issues that we have in the city. As you also, he also updated us of an hour ago. So on behalf of the city council and city staff, we would like our hats off to you all. And thank you very much for continuing to help the city, help the community to be safe. The next thing is I would like to report that I attended the State of the City in the city of Placentia, and I was able to represent the city. Just me was there on the date. And so it was a good event. It's something that we always learn from other cities, from other organizations, and so we can bring back to the city. There's a lot of developments that they had over the year, and they share, their successful stories. And I hope that we from the city of Westminster will have the state of the city. If not this year, it's going to be soon next year. And last but not least, I would like to, for tonight, I want to thank you all for being here. Congratulations to a lot of our high school students, as well as recognize the several organizations. I want to thank you all for being here until this hour. That shows you care for the city. And with that, tonight I would like to adjourn in memory of the lives lost in the current war in Israel. Approximately about 1,200 lives have been lost so far, including 22 confirmed American citizens. So may they rest in peace, and the thoughts of their loved ones in our prayers. So our prayers go out to them. So with that, I would like to conclude the meeting and adjourn the meeting. The next meeting will be held on Wednesday, October 25th, 2023 at 6 p.m. Meeting adjourned.